Okay, I think I fixed it. Definitely. What's that? Hello, everybody. I would turn the music off. So the reason it wasn't fucking working is because the instructions tell me to start it through crowd control, and it does not let you do that in crowd control. Also, I'm having encoding issues still. What does that mean? It's telling me to use a faster preset. Hi, Sophie. I don't know what that means. I'm not that kind of... I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what it means. I need a tech translation. See? Turn video settings down or using a fast encoder. I don't know what the encoder is, so I will turn this down. 60 frames per second. Confirm. Okay. All right. When I logged into this, they had a Halloween setting. They had stuff... Blind! They had stuff for Halloween, like the monsters were wearing costumes, and I fucking missed it. I fucking missed it. I didn't play this in Halloween. That was a fucking miss. Big fat L. Anyway, this is your only warning, chat. Please turn your volume down. If I scream in your ear, it is your fault. Okay. Moons. Okay, I think we start on experimentation, so that is fine. Whee! Don't tell me what to do. Okay, if you screams in your ear, Redeem, don't you... For 6 more minutes when I start work. I didn't even scream! Well, now I did. That's small. Is that under my browser's stuff? Is that legible for you guys? Can you see what that said? Or is it tiny? Mickey the bigger. Okay. Okay, there we go. Didn't see anything. Didn't see the notification. Eee. Can barely read normally. Oh, so you finally passed the brain cell, I see. This is the side effect of hoarding it. Because then you get overexposed to brain juices. It's very bad for you. Trust. Flashlight. Flashlight. Eh! Guys, what? What did you do? What is happening? I can't see. Ugh. What the fuck was that? What was that? I just wanted to go get a flashlight. You guys are just making me blind and shit. Ugh. Stop! Stop! Stop it! Stop. Store. Has there always been music like this? Bro, flashlight, cause I'm alone, so I can have expensive things. Dope. Whee! Drunk? Drunk! I'm not drunk, I don't drink. It's 10:22. A little bit of a late start, my apologies. Tech issues. Hello? Ah. There. That. Oh my god, look how cute! Okay, it's been a minute since I fucking played this shit. Like, several updates. Wait. Has it always been We Wish You Merry Christmas? Or is that for Christmas? I thought that it was an ice cream truck. Was it ice cream truck? Sounds? I don't remember. I think it changed for Christmas. Okay, so I'm not crazy. Ooh. Oh, what the fuck? Stop. Is that supposed to be parkour? No thanks. No thanks. Excuse me? I'm not doing parkour. You guys would make me drop my flashlight as I'm jumping over the abyss, so even if I succeed, it wouldn't be a win! Also, I can't do parkour! There's channel points redeems. Did it not add them? There's supposed to be channel points where you can use points to get coins. Unless I have... Ooh. Guys, a birthday present. Okay. Surely this isn't a fake fire exit. Guys, I got a present! It's like they know! The fuck is that? Oh, there is. Okay. There's pineapple. Mods, timeout Zed for inappropriate behavior. Foul language. Sophie, timeout Zed. Okay, nobody spawn a giant missile launching robot. Why so long, guys? How long is that? I got it. Alright, guys. Place your bets. What's in my present? Da-da-da-da-da. Oh, damn. High-ticket item. A high-ticket item. Don't be a bitch. What, you think I'm gonna make it past the first 3 days? You're crazy, okay? I'm not gonna make it to the next set of days. I sent a warning for foul language. I didn't say that. You should have specified pineapple on pizza, so if one day there's other mods, they don't misunderstand. They'd probably be really confused. Future mods that don't exist now. Why is this person timed out for foul language when, Yu's language is way more foul than anybody's I've ever seen in my entire life? Where'd my door go? Okay, that door, trash. Back to this one. Beep, 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 beep. Do you have stuff? Ah, shit! Well, that's a fucking problem, bruh. Bruh! Ah! Where was my exit? Ooh. Where's my fire exit? I don't remember. Oops. Stop dancing. Stop dancing. I was trying to Go to the flashlight. Where was that? Where was it? Somebody bonk me on the head, please. Well. Oh, nice. Grazie. Ow. Don't hit me! That was a really shrill scream. Oh. Fuck you. No! Get away from me. What's that? This is mine! I found it fair and square. Oh shit, it's 6 p.m. I should shut up! Me. I'll find the ladder so I can drop down safely. Ooh, it's foggy. Why my eyes flash red? Shh. I hear thumping. Ah! Ah! Aha! Aha! Ah! Suck it, I survived. How do you scan? There we go. Nice! What a good haul. Alright, goodbye. Zen! What is up, little baby? How you doing? I got coffee and you'll never believe what's in this other cup, guys. You will never... Wow, even alone, I still can't get best employee. And I got a B. I got a B! Booze? Sophie, it's 10:30 a.m. For the record, a fucking 10 a.m. sucks. It sucks. Balls. Assurance. We are not going to vow because I got lost. I ain't judging. Well, I'm judging. I literally just woke up, so I'd be really dehydrated drinking booze. Imagine if they implemented a creature that, comes in and takes loot from lying in your ship. Imagine, if you will, something so obnoxious and so annoying. Call it the Gremlins. And it's like multiple, and they're like the size of brownies. And for those of you that don't know, brownies are like pixie characters, but no wings. And they like to cause mischief. But they look more like, like gremlins after midnight. Is that what they're called? That's called multiplayer with certain people. They'll look like you and they screech at you and they steal your stuff. No, they screech at you when you catch them stealing your stuff. And you're like, ah, stop! And they go, ah! Toilet paper? Whoa. Why do I hold it? God damn it! You give me an item that blocks my face? Give me it. I can't see. Where's it? Okay, this is gonna sit there. In the wall. A key? I don't know why that feels backwards. Okay, not that. Stop it! Why is the overlay not working? Do you guys see the overlay when people are redeeming things? What is that noise? Are you guys doing that? Stop it! Stop it! Fucking baby mode the whole way. Fucking try me. Present. Stop! I don't think the overlay is working. Ooh. I'll put this stuff
Burn
away.
the witch!
You burned the witch! I can't see. I can't see. This is like living life on debuff mode. Hey. What was that? Did you make me drop something? I can't see. They're great! Teliot paper rolls. He says they're good, chat. I bet they feel like sandpaper. You guys want sandpaper on your balls? Sandpaper balls! Ugh. Open the door! Open it! Well, but at least they didn't call it Zen mode. Open! Open! You think you're so funny? Stop it. Put this stuff in here. See? See? I'm gonna success this time. I'm gonna... Oh, I do have a third thing. I just couldn't see it. I don't need that. There's no locked doors, right? Alright. Did I need... Yeah, let me charge. Let me charge. This flashlight has a worse battery than me. Unless you guys did that. I feel like that was pretty fast. Stop messing with me. I'll eat your eyeballs! I see a red dot on that screen. No, you don't. Yeah, as if not every single streamer does that. Just like how I say don't throw things. Hey, stop! Why do you do that every time I look at this room? That's not what the bracket sounds like. Go to bed. I just got up, Zed. Wait. Roy. Too many names. You guys notice how many Z names there are? Ninny.
Just do it! Make
Do what?
your dreams come true!
I did that one that says, big thing that'll kill you. What big thing that'll kill me? Is it outside? Should I go look at it? Ah! Alright, where's the big thing that'll kill me? Zenji, Zephy, Ziu... Why do I get my whole name? My whole ass legal name. What is that? Renji, did you do that? Why is there a horn in Oh, my clip button's not working. Oh, my clip button's broken. It's not doing it. It'd be really awkward if it did that 10 times. Ah, my eye. That was like good play, guys. Good play. I have an eyelash in my eyeball. Ah. Chat help. Chat help. Ugh. Anyway. It's not fair that it goes under my ship. Ah, and I just gave you the horn. I don't know how that played out so well. Ah, my flashlight! Dang it! Store. Store. Store! Oh my god, it's 20% off. Confirm. Dope! I'm broke now. Whoop, that was the wrong way. What an unfortunate series of events. Eh. Do 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 do. Do do do. Do 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 do. Whoa, what the fuck? Why is it telling me to grab it? Oh. What is this? Ammo. Alright, who am I blasting? Oh. Interesting. Interesting. Imagine how lethal company would be if there was people here, because I would definitely shoot them. Alright, where's the Bracken? He's gonna get his Bracken ass broken. Where is he? Can I turn my flashlight on? Nice. A present. Renji's other favorite thing. Fucking come at me. Where's a loot bug? There's gotta be a loot bug somewhere, right? What is that? Oh. Who are you? Who are you? Get down. Get down. Get down. Get down! Can I pick him up? I cannot pick up the body. Eh? What is that? Oh. You know, most of the time I encounter motherfuckers like loot bug motherfuckers all over this damn bitch. And you know what? You guys see that turret? The turret? I didn't click that. No! I don't need you guys to kill me, I'll do it myself. Can I sell the gun? Ooh, bottle. That's mine. Bottles. Okay. That gun was loud and scared the shit out of me. I can't believe you would do this to me. Why, oh why, would you feel the need to torture me so? I can't run. I've never had a gun in Lethal. I think it's part of the mods. But I also don't know, because I haven't played since forever. Ugh. It is not related to mods. Whoa, really? There's guns in it? What a chaotic turn of events. Whoa! Jesus Christ, guys! I can jump off the moon now. Ugh. I don't know about you guys, but when I'm drunk, I don't get this blind. Oh my god. Ah, shit. I need another item. I need another item, guys. I don't get blind like that. I get dilly legs. I get chatty as fuck. I had somebody tell me once that they like me better when I'm drunk, and I'm like, that's fucked up, and I stopped drinking, ever. Way to kill the vibe, man. Bitch. They added guns in January-ish, probably before, under very specific circumstances. The guns under very specific circumstances are drinking. Or the blind when you're drinking thing. The guns. Okay. I need another item, but there's shit everywhere. There's fucking shit everywhere. Guys, I can't see to turn it off! Fuck! Ugh! You guys are wasting so much time! Look, it's gonna be 6 p.m. now. Drink water. Was there a hydrate redeem that I missed? My voice is cracking already. Once you guys are out of coins, we're gonna be doing, a bunch of little horror games. Oh, okay. I guess now that's... Yeah. Aw, man, my super yumps are gone. Why am I stuck? Why am I stuck? Chat? Chat, what'd you do? Chat, what'd you do? Alright, now I know you did it. Ugh. Jesus. Are you guys advancing time? Whoa, 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 whoa. Ow. God damn it. Stop, I need that. Oh my gosh. I didn't mess with the prices of the things. Maybe I should have. Then again, you guys let me know. This is the first day. Let me... Meow. Okay, bye! Well... I don't know where the fire exit is, but I think it requires an emergency ladder. You guys have so much points. Shh, chat. Shh. Alright, you stop it. Stop it. Stop it. You guys! Ah! You think you're so funny. You think you're funny. You're so funny. You're funny. Ah, you're funny. You're so funny. You made me fail. Now my mother will never love me. Well. Oh, am I moving fast? This feels very zippy. Company. Confirm.
You can use the terminal to route the autopilot to the company building.
I have no money and no scrap. Just this key to my Cthulhu daddy. Cthulhu daddy. Beep, 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 beep. Alright. Give me my $3. $3. Thank you. Total? You bitch. You didn't even get me the $3. Alright. Alright. BRB, guys. I'm gonna run to the restroom real quick. You can watch me die in the meantime.
As you have not met the profit quota, your performance has been deemed below standard. Welcome to our disciplinary process. Welcome to your first day on the job. This is your very own autopilot ship, where you will eat and sleep for the duration of your contract. Make yourself at home. To complete the onboarding process, you will want to check the instruction manual and sign into your ship's computer terminal. We trust you will be a great asset to the company. Great asset to the company. Asset. Great asset to the company. Asset. Great asset.
So we back. Let us continue. The mayhem and the cookie crazy crazies. Hello! Welcome in, British and a fool. Do you prefer to be called British or fool? Or are you really chaotic and prefer to be referred to as a prepositional phrase? Yeah, let's go here. Either works. Welcome to the program. Flashlight. I gotta get one of them. Flashlight. Confirm. Ah, the flashlight's still on sale. Is it? I just bought one of these, guys. Now I have two? Oh. Well, I put this one in here for later. Whoop. For later. For later. Abico! Ba-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da. Oh, bring us some figgy pudding. Guys, do you know how old I was when I learned what figgy pudding was? Yesterday. I was yesterday years old. Hi! I like your little Christmas light emote. Oh, that's super cute. Super cute. Okay. Oh, guys, there's an axle. I can't pick it up. Does this not exist? Why can't pick up? What'd you do? What do you mean work again? What'd you do? Put it on? Put it on? But it's only funny if there's people here. Why can't I pick up this? Oh. Why put on? I'd just die. Okay, I wore it. Lock the... Ooh. There's a key over there. Also locked it. Are you locked it? No. Good. Good stuff. Good stuff. Okay, so that is 42. What is that? Steering wheel? Oh my gosh. Well, time to pick this up. We're gonna go drop this stuff off. Yeah, you can't spook me with that. Listen here, Darth Vader. Darth Vader, calm your tits. Twitch integrated throwing system. What an unfortunate series of letters for somebody's thing, and you have to put dots in it so nobody knows they are doing it on purpose. 1, 2, 3, 4. Put that there. That. Open that. Oh no, man. The steering wheel's all glitched and stuff. I can't put stuff down. Hello? Hello? That mask was $2. 2 credits. bam, 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 bam. Up we go. Does y'all's coins carry over to the next time it's used? Does anybody answer that question? Believe so? Okay. Well, there was a key this way. It's dark. What? There's a pipe there. There's spider webs. We don't need that. We don't. We really don't need that. 45 when you began. Yes. No, no spiders. No spiders. It does. No spiders. Don't need it. No spiders for you. Damn it. Ugh. Shut up. Yeah, I can parkour. I can parkour real good. I can parkour. I can parkour. Where'd this key come from? Did I not use the key? I doth believe I used this key. I'm gonna go to this way. A couple spiders? A couple of spiders? No? Zero. Zero spiders. Someone can come in, collect coins, lurk the whole stream. Then wait for the next stream, collect more coins, cause pure chaos. Oh my god, this is gonna be a rough week. Maybe I should make the last day all Lethal Company. Speaking of which, this is open for anybody that wants to join in as long as we've played a game before at least. The fuck is that? What the fuck was that? Ulysses, no. Don't write down what he said. My Kofi doesn't exist anymore. What is that? Well, I guess... I know I have this key, but... he's, like, right there. Don't both people not... Yes, you'd have to have the mods associated with this. It's only 3, which is, like... the terminal to be able to check who's got the mods. And then, the mod thingy, and then crowd control's specific mod. Ah, my face itches. You know, I don't actually know where the emergency exit is. Clearly not in here. I might as well grab that, right? Yoinkus. Run for your fucking life, chat. Ah! Ah! 8 p.m. Who keeps messing with the time? Who keeps messing with the time? Door. Shut the door. Survive a day. You senses of time has faded as which. Joke's on you. S tier. I got a S. Is S better than A? Flooded. No tanks. Assurance. See? You can't gaslight me when somebody confesses. Ulysses. Also, joke's on you. I have ADHD and time blindness is basically my middle name. You will be aged by 30 years when I'm done. I don't know. S is pretty far down the alphabet, right? But for some reason, there's games where it's like S tier is like top tier, but SS tier is like off the record. In a good way. And I don't get it. I don't get that grading system. If I got an S on a paper and I brought that home, my mama would have been, stop messing with my flashlight, bro. Stop it. I would charge it. I definitely charged this. Definitely. 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 You can't gaslight me. I definitely did it. Definitely. Definitely. This is assuming they aren't saying they did it to make it, you think time doesn't go that fast in game. You're really good at that. That's a talent. And I don't know if a lot of people would appreciate it, but I respect it. King Gaslighter. You did it, TVT? That's the thing? What? I didn't what? Well, that's unfortunate. Where is it? Oh, there he is. What? You're in the middle of the parkour spot. That's not fair. Do you turn completely around? Yes, yes you do. Well, in that case, I'll wait for you to spin... No! 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 Ah! Hey, a horn. Ah, that wasn't worth it. That scared the shit out of me. Ah. Why are they all over the place? What the fuck? God. Calm down. Ugh. This moon's fucked. As in, fuck this moon. You can say bro's horny. Ew. Ew. Grody. Nasty. Icky. Ah, wow. Thank you. But it's Thursday. Not today. The day of actual birthday is Thursday. I don't like this moon. I'm leaving. This one sucks. Why is the ground breathing? Is this moon alive? No, the ship! We left it behind! It's a horn. No. This is a can. This is canned air. Canned air. You guys hear that? Oh, that's funny. Good stuff. Go back to experimentation. Confirm. Legrand breathes. It breaths. It breaths. And down. Here I can. That's rude. Just because I made a metal doesn't make me a can. That's even ruder. Are you making threats, Mr. Fool? Sir British? With a rubber ducky, no less. I can't believe you. This is beyond illegal. It's like... banishable offense. What are you doing, Ulysses? What are you freaking out about? God damn it, why is it always dark? No more fucking turrets! What are you guys looking all sus for? Ah, damn. Hey. What the fuck? You guys can not only make me drop it, you could just take it out of existence? You have too much power. Also, don't know where I am now. Door. Oh man. Wouldn't it be nice if I had my flashlight back? If the gracious... Oh, they changed how this flashlight works. It's even worse. Interesting. Way more expensive, so I hadn't noticed. So you're telling me somebody sacrificed themselves for the greater chaos? One moment? Moment for what? I'm like squinting in real life as if that's gonna help me. Okay, that looped too... No, it didn't. Did it loop? A door. The apparatus. I'm sure your vision will adjust soon. What was that? Oh. There was like something. That was weird. Alright. Fuck off! Get away from me! I have to go that way! I'm out of here! I'm leaving! I don't care! Where is it? Where's the door? Where's my door? Chat, help! Chat! Chat, help me! isn't the right way, Chad. Help. Oh my god. Okay, that was... You fucker. You motherfucker. Ah! I was looking for him. Why does he just randomly? Ugh. My god. Meh. Shut up. I can't even sell my soul. Ah, my eyeball is itchy. Wah! Wah, wah. Did I do it? I wouldn't say it was nice. He snapped my neck. Ah. It is landed. But it is landed. Such is the life of a mediocre employee. I don't know, your neck seems very unsnapped. Maybe that was just the sound of his hand on your shoulder as he led you out. I don't know, I feel very dead.
As you have not met the profit quota, your performance has been deemed below standard. Welcome to our disciplinary process.
Disciplinary tastes like PB&J.
Welcome to your first day on the job. This is your very own autopilot ship, where you will eat and sleep for the duration of your...
Heck you. Yeah. Work will do that to you. I don't actually know where the thing lands on this moon. I'll go put this... Yep. Chad, do you think I could get it? But successfully. I missed! It didn't log the grabby button. Yeah! Yeah! Did you? I'm just taking this with me. I feel like I'm gonna tell myself that you guys were trying to help, but that did not help. I kept missing the door. It was too fast. Dang, I am so grounded. Ulysses, I never actually drank that water. There you go. Water. Plain old, boring water. I did it! It was just really late. Ugh. Yesterday, it warmed up a little bit here. Like, enough to not be freezing. And, so it rained a little bit. And it froze when the sun went down. Like, when the temperature dropped again. So it was like a sheet of thin, really slick ice over everything. I fucking hate it here. Today for you. Just over freezing tiny sprinkles. Out of mine. Alright. Oh, is that a mine or is... It's a mine, right? Oh man, I'm gonna have to go get a flashlight. Hold up. It's really dark. It's like really dark. That one's not close enough to the ship. Programmer move is to... Sometimes you have to leave items behind for the greater good. For survival. I'm a survivor. I'm not gonna give up. Da da ba ba ba. Something something. Ugh. Alright, chat, we got about 30 minutes for you to use your coins for today. Before we switch to doing our smaller horror games. Today, I intend to start doing longer streams. I'm shooting for like 6-hour streams. But today, I have to go pick up the newest member of our household. Remy Cow Cow. His legal name is Remy, but everybody call him Cow Cow. My coworker's family are moving out of state and cannot take him with them. And, the videos that she showed me of him remind me a lot of our late Angel. So, around 3 or 4 o'clock for me, I will be heading to go pick up the boy. I don't know where this comes out at. What better way to learn than to actually go through the door and hope to figure it out? That would have been bad because I got a metal thing in my hair. Oh, goodness gracious. Okay. Apparently can't go that way, so... This building's very, creepy. Surely the quota's only like 29 now, right? Guys? Right? Guys? Right, guys? Guys? Right? Guys? Surely? Guys! 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 I promise. It's only 20 now, right? You lower it, right? I'm stuck on the rock. Oh, there's a 3. That's basically 130. Oh, how kind of you. We're so close now. Now instead of needing a whole 100, we only need part... Like 90. Almost there, right? We can do this. Are we on day 2 or 1? Or like, days left? Do we have 2 days left or 1 day left? Day 1? Maybe? Well, I've already died trying to get the whatchamacallums. Ah! There was nothing over here. There was nothing over here. That beep is really loud. Oh no, you did die. You died to bees. Yeah, yeah. I said that. I wouldn't say I died to bees. It was more like the bees. That was unfortunate. The bees escorted you back to your ship. Exactly. And took all of my items. They jumped me. Shut this door. Shut the door. Shut it. Why is this exactly the same? There's no doors on this one. That's unfortunate, considering there's a spider over there. I don't want to deal with the spider. It's got a lot of legs. It's gross. It's menacing. Where'd he go? Okay, that's a dead end. Ooh, what is that? Oh my god. That fucking bitch! That bitch! Fuck that guy! Fuck that guy! Hey guys, why does the moon have a moon? Why have we never asked that? It was the Bracken. The Bracken's being a bitch. Some moons need moons. What do they need a moon for? They like to moon people? Moonception? Fuck that guy. Fuck him. I'm going back to experimentation. That's my comfort moon. I feel safe and secure on that moon. I feel like something is out to get me. You know? And I kind of feel like it's you guys. I don't know what it is. And the Bracken. You guys and the Bracken are both out to get me. Don't mind that. It's fine. We're fine. We're gonna get everything that exists in this moon. You get everything. Hydrate. What would make you think that? I don't know. You keep making me drink gross water. Ugh. Blech. Why is my ship creaky? Please enjoy your flight. Remain seated at all times. You guys know when it's like chilly out and your nose, like, not quite running, but moist enough to irritate the edges of your nostrils? And then it, like, burns. I'm at that point. Because it can't make up its mind. And then, like, my sinuses bleed a little bit. Because it's also dry at the same time. Oh, we got ads incoming, guys. Okay. What the fuck? What's that? Yep. Yep. That wasn't fair. What the fuck? What the fuck? That's some bullshit. It's some bullshit. What? You just put bees? Killer bees? I don't want to tell you how to live your life, but that's a terrible place for bees. What the fuck is that? Ooh. What is that? Are you guys making it rain inside? That's odd. Yeah. What the fuck? What the fuck? Okay, we shut that door. Nothing in there, and... Lickery dickory dock. The dickory's off the clock. I-10? No. Alright, this door is also a fuck. Alright, that leaves 2 options left. This way, and the emergency exit. Which is probably down this hallway. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Ba 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 ba. Ba da ba ba. Ba da 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 da. Wait, hey. Better fuck off. I said fuck off! What is that footsteps? Why is it so thumpy? Oh man. Why is this so much like a maze? Fuck. Alright, I'm gonna go to the other door. Did you guys eclipse my moon? Did you guys eclipse my moon? Did you guys eclipse my moon? Hard project. Ulysses, I think you're on the wrong chat. I didn't say anything about a project. Oh. That's what you mean. Okay, sounds like the loot bug is near here. Unfortunately, it's kind of foggy. Jar of pickles. Where is it? Where'd it go? Oh, there it is. Now it's my pickles. My pickles. Ugh. Ah. I stole pickles from the loot bug. Nice. Now we just have to get to the ship. I definitely meet quota with these 3 tiny items, right? Surely Cthulhu Daddy likes pickles. Surely. Dude, pickles piss me off. Cause, like, they smell like they would taste amazing. But you know what? You know what? They don't taste like they smell. And that makes pickles a liar. They smell like they'd be so tasty, but they're not. Oh, you fucking did. You guys did. I can see it. Up there. I put that other thing. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, we're leaving. Fuck that. They have a wide range of flavors. Some taste way more like what they smell. Tell me a brand. Don't point at it. Tell me a brand I should try where a pickle tastes exactly like pickles smell. Alright, time to go to the company. Company.
Report to the company building immediately to sell your scrap metal and other goods. You have 0 days left to meet the profit quota. You can use the terminal to route the autopilot to the company building.
I wiggled my feet. My dog didn't like it.
We value your commitment.
Guys, stop opening Cthulhu Daddy's door. Please stop it. Which smell do you like? Sweet, spicy, dill, vinegar? Like the standard pickle smell. Like it smells like like a pickle. Like a standard pickle smell. Like you go get a jar of random pickles with none of the special stuff in it. And it smells like pickles! Alright. We made the quota! Yay! Suck it! Chuck it, bitch. Standard would be more dill, which are the sort I eat at least. Well, whatever. I don't know anything about pickles. I'm not a pickle connoisseur. 228's a weird number. Ow. Alright. I think it's about time we switcheroo. Switch to the chatting screen. Well, stuff. We're gonna be switching over to doing the indie horror stuff now. So thanks for joining me on the crowd control. We'll be doing that all week at the start of every stream. I haven't decided if I want to. You guys let me know. Do you think we should increase the price of things or lower the price of some of the redeems? I can't do too much. Even though I paid for this, they still limit what I can let you guys do for free. Which is bullshit because I fucking paid for it. So they have received money. Anyway, I would not recommend using crowd control. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Anyway, we're going to be switching to our tiny horror games. Short horror games. Rapid fire. And I don't know what to put under the category, so maybe there's just a horror category. Horror game collection. Horror game. Horror stories. Horror night. That also looks like a game, though. I don't know. I just put it under horror game collection. Done. Okay. Whoops, I didn't mean to close out of that. Oh well. Alright, chat. Indigo Park. I think there's only one chapter of this one so far. I go to the... Yeah, they only have one chapter from May. So we already did that. It was really short. I've got 3 Penumbra, Overture, Black Plague, and Requiem. I got first chapter of Poppy Playtime. Got something called Shadow Puppet. Looks like the Bracken. This is probably fine as is. Would depend on how much chaos you want. Like spawning monsters costs $2.50, for example, which is much as you get for free per stream per day. Spooky sounds cost 10, debuffs 25, and 10 100 mostly. Little weather all cost 100. Well, I mean, whatever you guys want. It's meant for you guys to be for funsies. And then I've got Veil Transfer, but I think that's a visual novel. Maybe it's not. Okay. Any of those sound interesting? Otherwise, we're gonna just go down the list and start with Bleeding Roots. At least I think so. Let me double check that this isn't one of them AI things. Oh. Okay. Bleeding Roots has a warning. Depictions of self-harm and opting out do Penumbra Overture. Let's do that one. Calm down, Steam. Alright. Wait. Okay. Cool. What? Oh no, it's one of them. It does weird shit to my game. Properties. What the fuck? Alright. Interesting. Why is it over there now? I don't want that over there. Over here. That's not even the main screen. What the fuck? Alright. Hold on. These fucking old games! Why does everything have to fuck with my shit? You're supposed to be on the main screen. Stop bouncing around and quit shoving my apps all over the place. Piece of shit. Literally, it threw everything on the secondary screen. Like, everything was moved. It's not supposed to do that. I can't even move things unless I drag the window. Oh, that's annoying. Because I didn't even get the sound situated. Try again. It fucking pops up Steam over my shit. So I can't see. Hello, Phantom, welcome. Welcome in. Let's try. And the second I try to open the thing back up, it throws it into the other window. Okay. Hold on. We're gonna have to cheese it a little bit and, like, set it up, force it closed, and then redo it. Oh my gosh. Stop throwing things at me. The scuff isn't my fault. Ah! No. Probably some combination of Windows resolution and force full screen doing them things. Yeah, but there's no settings. Do you know how small this is? It is like a corner of the screen. I don't know if you guys can see. You see that? That is what my screen looks like. And there's no settings. Because there's never any settings on these old-ass games. I can't even make it go to the correct screen. Ugh. Ah! I can't close Steam. It's blocking my... Shut up! Why are you doing it every single time? Is it under advanced, maybe? I don't know why I'm asking you. I can't fucking see what you guys are saying. Ugh. Alright. Not fucking playing that, then. Fuck me. Alright, calm down. There's no fucking fixing it. I can't fucking fix it. It's an old-ass game. It fucking does that. That's why I had to stop playing, Alice Madness. It's infuriating. It wouldn't be so annoying, because, like, if I open it, it's fine. But the second I tried to leave the screen, it puts Steam over OBS, and I can't close Steam. And it's blocking me. So I can't see shit. So we're gonna do something else, I guess. And I'm gonna fucking remove that. Broken shit. I don't buy those things to play them for myself. Those are not things I would seek out for solo. So, like, it's kind of infuriating, I'm not gonna lie. Let's try Shadow Puppet. Yeah. I literally just downloaded this. What do you mean it's fucking missing? What? Steam, I swear, if you don't get your shit together. I wonder if that game just broke my Steam, because I am not reinstalling it, because I'd have to redo everything for my bottle again! I'm floating. Why am I floating? Alright. Cool. Add to broken shit. Does this one want to work? Why is it tiny? Alright. Let's try this. Poppy Playtime Chapter 1, guys. Okay? Okay? Literally half of the games I had for Spooksember are just gone now. My short ones. For my rapid fire of a bunch of... Ugh, that's so annoying. Kind of when I buy things, I expect it to fucking work, you know? You know what I mean?
Her name is Poppy, and she's the first truly intelligent doll in the world.
Is she?
A little girl can talk to her. Poppy
Is it because it's
correct.
made out of little girl?
She is the first doll.
Looks like Penumbra has potential fix in the forums.
Hard to believe. Just
Well, I'll check it out offline. That doll is creepy as fuck. No way kids would want it.
And she talks like one, too.
Hi, my name is Poppy. I love you. Can you help me polish my shoes?
Why, of course, Poppy. Just like a real girl, Poppy always wants to look her best.
Perfect. Thank you.
Her hair is sturdy and won't come out when you brush it. And
Yeah, if
just
you
like a Poppy
don't
doll.
actually brush it.
Is there anything else you'd like to say, Poppy?
Ow.
I'm a real girl. Just like you.
What's the time?
Playtime!
And if you've ever
Poopy
wanted to see how one of the nation's favorite toys
Splatomium.
were created, Playtime Co. is now offering factory tours at just $2.99 a person.
Wow, $3 for a tour, guys. Game volume could probably go up some. It's just really quiet right here, to be honest. You're gonna regret that. Probably. I'll turn it up. That looks like a butthole. You guys ever play Emily Wants to Play? Thinks the staff disappeared 10 years ago. We're still here. Find the flower. Vintage Poppy commercial. Interesting. Okay. You have not? It's a difficult one. I would have to... Alright, hold on. Settings. Display. Where's FPS? There it is. Put it down to 60. Subtitles on. Motion blur off. Screen, full screen. Borderless is recommended. Okay. The fuck is that button? What is this button? Spacebar? Oh, okay. Gameplay. Camera speed. Sprint. Hold. Toggle. Tutorial. Okay. Sound. Turn that up. Turn that up. Put a little bit down. There you go. Yes. Resume. Okay, there you go. Need to open doors. Ooh. Ooh. Warning, choking hazard. Candy cat. Oh my gosh. Boogie bot. I want a boogie bot. What's this supposed to be? Oh. Why does it look like they're busted out of these? Oh, there's a chain. Oh. This bot looks like it was murdered. Ulysses, don't eat the expired candy. It's expired, bro. It's no good. Hurt your teeth. Break them. We run funny. Eat, interact. Okay. Well. Oh, interesting. Where does one put videotapes into? Oh, this?
Hi, my name is Leith Pierre, and I'm the head of innovation here at the Playtime Code
Leith?
Factory. If you're seeing this, then you're trespassing. Yeah, we play this little tape on loop whenever we close the factory for the day. So, trespasser, just to make you aware, while we pride
Suspicious
ourselves
you
on
would know what a
serving
butthole
quality
looks
toys and
like.
excellent
I have a
childcare,
dog.
we also pride ourselves on our security.
Hold on, I gotta click allow.
Hidden motion triggers, which, once set off, will turn on the factory's emergency alarms and directly contact the authorities.
Contact.
And that's one of the more tame aspects of our security system.
Am I supposed to know where that... Oh, is it the train?
You've got my warning. It's not too late to turn around.
Pink, yellow, red.
Whatever you're doing is working.
Yeah, I got you. I got it. Pink, yellow, red. Enter? No? Eh? Those are the only colors, though. Pink, yellow, red. Oh, wait, does the top... Oh, okay. The engine counts, guys. The engine counts, apparently. Green, pink, yellow, red. Ha! I'm smart. Gimme. Oh. Guys, see? Ooh. Ah. Wow! Look at the grab pack. Hold both cannons. Pull the trigger to fire. Pull again to retract. Ooh. Ah. Hold to grip onto objects. Ooh. Oh. Ah. Ooh, you you guys feel the static coming off of this? You feel it tickling the inside of your skull? The radiation. Can I have it now? Give it. Open. Oh. Ugh. I don't know why it's lagging like that. Oh. Okay, hold on. The settings is still being kind of goofy. Turn it down to performance, maybe. Someone should probably come and give you a hand. High five. High five, Huggy Huggy. Why did you do that? Oh, did you drop a key? Oh. Testing. What door was it? This side? Power? What? Oh, there's a door. Watching you. Watching you. That? No? It's got a cover on it. Alright. No slam my door. Guys, someone should casually backs into monster while staring at random mascot, but he's gone. It's not so random now, is it, Ulysses? Oh, I've got power. Wait. Oh, it's just shimmer. It's a reflective surface. Fuck your boxes, Huggy Wuggy. Oh wait, there's one still in here. There's one in there. Why is it broken? Somebody was mad. Where'd it go? There it is. I found it! Oh. Hello? Ah! My face. I didn't request a Steam facial. That link doesn't work. Why is it posting? That account doesn't exist. This. Remember to take breaks. Remember, chat. Take breaks. I didn't see a videotape anywhere. Yum, 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 yum. To Stairway to Hell? I thought the song was Heaven. You guys know? It's Highway to Hell, Stairway to Heaven. He was twerking. A twerking bot. What the heck? I could definitely jump over that. Oh, no. No. Go away. I don't like that. Ooh. Mm. 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 Oh. Saw a red thing? That? Oh, that. But also that. What is that? Interesting. Oh, aha! Security tape. Security. Security.
Rich, where are they keeping the Huggy boxes?
I don't know. I couldn't tell you. Remember when maintenance left it a sweep of this place? No. Exactly. Nobody in this stupid company knows what they're doing. Oh, I swear, I haven't seen a single box in its place since they started flooding the storehouse with orphanage junk.
Right.
I get it. It's
Orphanage.
a nice program and all, on brand. It's hard to be happy about it when manufacturing's on our necks about it, because we can't buy stupid hockey boxes.
Rich.
You're right. You're right. It's for the orphans. I just wish there were less boxes. Anything less would be more biddable.
A biddable.
Is that even a word?
A biddable? Chad, is that a word? Is a biddable a word? A biddable? A biddable? A ba 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 ba. Whoops, that is not the stairs. Heck. I was right next to them and I got confused. Where's yellow? Did you guys see that? A biddable means something that could be abided. Like, abide by the rules. Follow the rules. Less boxes would be easier to follow, is what he was saying. Did you guys see that guy? Better yet, you guys see a yellow box? You guys see the yellow one? Lello? 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 What's that? This basket. Ew. They do not fit in the hole. Yellow. Yellow box. Yellow box. Yellow. I need a yellow one. Need the yellow one. I need the yellow one. What was that? Eh! Yellow box. No. What the fuck? どこですか? どこですか? We'll go get a... Oh, you saw it? Where'd you see it, you liar? While standing on the conveyor belt, you see it on a shelf close-ish. That is not the box. On a shelf closest to the top of said shelf. Eh? Towards the shut conveyor door. Eh? That's a shut one. I see nothing. Blue handle door. Oh, this door. Oh! How the hell am I supposed to get that? How you get it? Is it from back here? Oh, it's from the back here. I'm stuck on a pole. How did you see that? What the fuck? Alright, alright. Hydrate. Gross water. Ah! My eyes burn. In you go. I'll go grab that thingy. Go grab that thing. Okay, give me it. Oh, it's a hand. I thought that was a bloody handprint on the thing. Eh. Goodness. Holding hands at range. Oh, I got that. Does that mean I can leave now? Wait, where's the door to leave? Easy weesy. Hey, this door is shut. Well. Well. Oh, the conveyor belt door. I don't wanna. I don't think that's meant for people to go in. I really don't. Whee! Alright, not that way. I cannot. I cannot. I was grabbing. I was grabbing it. Would you sit still? Stop it. Okay. What? I grabbed it. I was holding it originally. What the fuck? That is literally what I'm supposed to be doing, because there's, like, nothing else for me to do. I'm grabbing it, game. What the fuck? Literally, when I slide down, it's like, oh, grab this and you'll complete the circuit. No, I didn't! Why no do? I don't know, I can't look at it. No. My god. What the fuck? Why is everything I touch fucking broken? Grabbing! There's nothing to wrap around. Oh, this maybe? I don't even know how to get to that. Maybe that. That's not what it said, though. It said to wrap around. Or, it didn't say to wrap around. It said to grab to complete the circuit. Yeah. That was not what the instructions were. Eee. Needs power. Broken glass. Do not enter. Nobody leaves without a toy. Whoa. That's cool for a $2 tour. I bet they have tiers. You get to look around at this prize. That sign was a lie. So people do leave without a toy. Ain't nobody giving toys for free. Hmm. Ah! Ooh. try the other hand. What the fuck? Oh. That's stupid. That's stupid! Why does it have the same fucking shit? Whoops. God damn it. Do this hand. Not used to alt clicking. It's not even a puzzle, it's just stupid. Also the thing grabbing stuff. Not what I was aimed at because it gets intercepted is dumb. Yay, toy. Oh. Ah! Don't hit me. That's not nice. What kind of toy are we making? Hold on, chat. No, stop. I don't want to drink the water. Ugh. Why is it beeping? That's creepy. Who built a machine to do this? It's inefficient. And why? What was the point? What is the reason? Whoa. My toy? Give me my toy. Give it! You don't find it endearing to the children? No? Look how shiny it is! He looks like a little Pokemon. Don't worry, buddy. I'll save you. Yay, I get to keep it. Open. 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 Well. Oh, I see. Nobody leaves without making a toy. Well, that's child labor. Where did I get a flashlight? Don't scream at me! Where am I supposed to go? That's a Neopet? No, it's a Pokemon. Don't let them inside. Get up. What are they? Parasites? Yeep. Yeah. Wait. Where am I supposed to go? I can't go up the rollers. The fuck? Ugh. believe, left in that game. But those are the rollers that it wouldn't let me up before. Is this another case of the game training me? Oh, you can't step on these. And then changing it in the worst possible timing. Like during a chase. There's no left. There is no left. There was no left. That is too long. Ah. So scary. Hello? Hello? Fucker. Park the fuck up. Not funny. There's nowhere else to go, though. Danger. See, it says danger! Ah! We don't get to make up new rules! Ah! Ah, shit. Ah, shit. Ah! Are you fucking kidding me? That's stupid! Fuck off. Don't tell me when to die. I'll fucking die when I fucking feel like it, bitch! Fuck you. Where did I get a fucking flashlight? Oh shit. I gotta see it? Which way? This way? Ooh. Ah! Wait, where? Where? I can't run. I found the butthole. Also, fuck you, game. Bitch ass. Maybe the flashlight was the friends we made along the way? Yeah, because F and L don't do anything. I think I forgot to watch the video for the pink player. Ding dong. Ding dong. Tee 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 tee. I'm gonna go ahead and say that's probably... I'm sorry. That was Poppy Playtime Chapter 1. Ugh. On to the next one. Because I only have Chapter 1. I've got This is broken, isn't it? Yeah, remove from this. And try this one. Yeah. Properties. These. Alright, this is Bleeding Roots. We close Poppy playtime. Are you ready for the next one? Let's go. Those roots do look bloody. Yeah, a little bit. Oh, God. Guys, this is... awkward controls. It's one of her letters. It's been a month already since she moved out. The house feels emptier. Oh, God. Oh, God. God. Water the aloe vera. Tank controls, it looks like. I too. Are used widely for medicinal purposes. Its leaves contain a gel that can treat wounds of various kinds, protecting the skin and helping with the healing. I wish it could help people as much as you, little buddy. Fun fact. Tons of exposure to aloe vera. Some people can develop contact dermatitis reactions from it. I have become allergic because they put it in everything because of COVID. So now aloe vera makes me want to cut my hands off because it burns so bad. Blue poppies tend to be linked to memories. When I look at them, I remember the ones I planted in my schoolyard. I always thought it was cool how they didn't seem to care about the kids running over them. Ooh, those controls are wonky. Oop, up, 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 up. Okay, I don't have to water my lilacs. Never mind. I read lilacs represent domestic happiness. I remember having some of these in my childhood home, taking care of them with my mom. It takes me back to my roots. Oh my god, he said roots. Chat, he said the thing. There's a lot of plants. I gotta water. I don't know if there's enough in this watering can. If you squint, it looks like nothing. First flowers I had in my garden back then. I just thought they were pretty, but now it almost feels like an old friend that's watching my back. The poppies. Oh, forget-me-nots. They look like poppies. Lavender. Lavender is sleepy, but were they bloody? Probably. I mean, technically, all roots are bloody. Like the metaphorical roots. Like your family being your roots, because when you're born, there's blood. I just love how lavender smelled. A while ago, while walking through the neighborhood, I saw some and couldn't resist myself. They seem healthier than ever. You stole these? I don't know how to say that plant. But he's gonna tell us about it. Asphodels are so nice. Just by looking at them, I feel at ease. I wish I could show them to someone who would understand that feeling. I can't understand the myth of them appearing in hell. Okay, can I go inside now? No? Alright, into the shed then. This is hard to control. Table. There's a book I found in the library. It talks about alternative ways of taking care of plants. It may seem dumb to others, but I don't lose anything trying it out. The scalpel is right next. Old. Yep, no. I'm not putting that on screen. Hmm. I'm gonna assume he's done with it. That hurts less than I expected. Cool. I did the thing. Oh, was I not in the right spot? I might have to go back to the screen again. I wasn't on the right screen. Hold on. You guys are watching it. Oh, wait. I pushed the wrong button anyway. Neat. I'll be back later. Cool. It's fine. Everything's fine. It's not, but I can't get out of... Oh, gosh. These controls, bro. It's confusing as hell. Okay, I went inside. It's summer! Yay! Let's not do that again. Oh. Oh my gosh. Water the Vera. Sometimes I wonder why does it grow thorns? Doesn't it want to help others? Aloe vera doesn't have thorns. The usual stuff. She still hasn't answered. I wonder if she's okay. Ah, old tank controls. No one liked tank controls. Yeah! Wonder why! Wonder ever could cause people to hate controls like this. Blue color is nice. I always liked it. When I was a kid, I think I remember it being my favorite color. Blue is my favorite color. Even as a little kid, I was anti-gender norms and said that my favorite color was blue because I didn't want people to give me pink stuff. And look at me now. My desk is pink. My chair is pink. My PC is pink. What else do I have? My art cart is pink. They seem to be growing better back when she still lived here. Oh, shut up. Not everything's about her. I read more on these. Supposedly, they covered the meadows of hell where people who didn't accomplish anything in life ended up. They don't look as nice today. Oh. Probably should uproot those. Where's the dog? The smell is slowly getting more rotten. They're getting bigger every day, and yet they don't look as happy as they did before. Should you fix this? I feel like you don't want that in your yard. Where's the dog? Oh, oh, oh. Wait. Wait for it. It would take too much work to take care of. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. The flowers of forget-me-not look like eyes to some people. Have begun to notice it and makes me a little uncomfortable. You make me uncomfortable. Have a seat. Chill in the chair. Open shed. For some reason, put my thing down. Oh my gosh. Plant is slowly getting bigger. I guess the book was right. I haven't seen this type of flower before. Alright, chat. Close your eyes. Close them, chat. Do not perceive. Silence. Da 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 da. It's fucked up. I feel like instead of listening to the book that tells you to do that you got from the library, you should probably... Ow. I'm starting to like how... I'm not finishing that sentence. Nope. Mm-mm. I'm walking back inside. We're not gonna pretend this man didn't say whatever he said. He said, I'm starting to like how the flowers look. They're very pretty this time of year. This is what he said. Audrey 3. Who's Audrey 3? There's no plants. Why do you have a watering can? Ooh, I can't control this shit. Turn that way. Thank you. Divorce papers came in. I don't want to look at them. What would you do to lead to the divorce? It's not very blue. Second is the name of the Little Shop of Horrors plants monster. Lately, all I can think about when I look at them is the impact I had. Is anyone gonna remember me? Ugh. Aloe vera doesn't change colors like that. It doesn't turn orange in the fall. I used to have an aloe vera plant. I killed it. You can heal so much pain, and yet you can't help me. You know what does help? Therapy! Why'd the camera change? Seek help. Seek mental help. Never got to tell my mom how much that garden meant to me. I wonder if those lilacs still wait for us to water them. Doubt. Doubt, my guy. What is this Isle of Wood for? Oh, those look not great right now. I wonder if when I die, I'll wake up among these. At least then I won't be lonely anymore. Yes, just surrounded by your shame of never accomplishing anything in your life. Or whatever you said, the whatchamacallit-a-jiggy smell is intoxicating. I wonder if they'll stay after cutting it and placing it inside. Yeah, that's generally how that works. You just have to crush it up. You say something about the dog? I don't need another thing to leave me. Alright. Alright. Seek help. Seek professional help. Calm down. I can feel it start staring at me with those unblinking eyes. Even friends can betray you, it seems. Your wife leaving you is not friends betraying you. Alright, chat. Oh, one more time here. Hopefully. Whoa. I guess I could let you see what it looks like, huh? Yeah? You guys want to see the plant? There it is. There it is. Yeah. Yeah. Looks like a rose of some kind, huh? Oh, he's digging it up this time. I'm going to need this. I don't know if I want to switch screens. Let me see what's gonna happen. Okay, we dug it up. Okay. It now mirrors me, expelled from the life it was meant to have. Its beauty lies in contrast to its incompleteness, a twisted reflection of myself. But now I see the truth. No mere seed can serve as a vessel worthy of this blood-tainted soil. The earth craves for something far deeper. No. No. We are going to seek help. Mental professional help. This away, my guy. Yep. Wait. And so, I can feel myself getting less and less interested in going out. Why would I leave my garden? Because you need help. Alright, so. In the end, our friend Joseph did, in fact, leave his house, and he went and sought the help that he so needed. It took a while, and it was a lot of hard work, and it was really exhausting. And sometimes he wanted to quit, but he kept going, and his mental health it improved. Of course, there is no cure for all of that, and he eventually met a nice person with 3 dogs, and they all lived happily ever after the end. You guys like that ending? That's the true ending. Whatever's happening behind the scenes, oh, that's way more graphic, is fake. Ew. There's another season, guys. Little disappointed they didn't animate the ending. But I think it went pretty well. Oh, you want to animate? Okay, hold on. Give me a second. Clip art of a man. Sad man. That'll work. Save image to downloads. Cool. Alright. Add image. Okay. Browse. Downloads. Hold on. Wait for it. Okay. This is our friend Joseph. Okay. Here we go. Oh man, I was so sad and lonely when my wife left me. But man, I eventually went and sought help. And one day I met a nice lady. It was a lot of work trying to find myself and get better, and I wanted to quit sometimes. It was very hard, but like eventually, guys, everything was okay. And I feel great. I have a wife now who won't leave me, and we worked out our issues. We have really great communication, and we got 3 dogs, and I love them so much. Scrappy, Yappy, and Pappy. Pappy's our old little mutt. He's kind of old, and one day he may leave us, but I know that that's not a reflection on who I am. Okay, there you go. I animated it for you. There you go. Oh, my mailbox. My mailbox, guys. Thank you. Thank you. I'll be here all week. Anyway, this is still part of the fake ending, okay? Check mail. Multiple unpaid bills waiting. Woof. I killed an aloe vera plant once, but it was because my cat eated it. I can't get up there to it. Couldn't even save it. It couldn't even save itself. How pathetic. Alright, that's rude. It's not like it can walk to the faucet itself. Don't remember their color. Probably like that tree. Sickly green color. What used to be here? Surprised they survived as long as they did without water. It got what it deserved. Jesus. Can I slip on this? Why was it wet? There's no smell anymore. It's useless now. Well, that's rude. Why does this look like trash? My eyes aren't moving anymore. Alright. Oh. It's a heart. My child. A plant has sprouted a disquieting pace. Seemingly unaffected by the winter cold, it looms larger than its predecessor, and it pulsates with a life I had not previously known, yet there's still something it lacks, still something greater I can offer to the soil. I must take the shovel. Alright, time for the good old switcheroo! Fucking weird shit happening. Okay, that's not what I was... Pick up the shovel. Pick it up. What kind of fucking book are you following? The Necronomicon? I read the book enough. Alright. Dig up my child. I can hear them pulsating beneath, calling to me. They beat with my breathing. They beat with my heart. It's a thrumming that won't stop. They are talking to me, inviting me to join them. I was lost for so long, but now I know what I was searching for. There's only one thing to do. I must become a plant. I must become a plant. Is this multiple endings? Can I just not? Alright. I'm gonna mute the audio just because they've been kind of disturbed. Oh, you guys couldn't hear it on the screen anyway. Heh! Good. Well, good. You didn't need to hear all that. Bloom where you are planted. Oh, it's on the credits. And bro is trying to be a plant by putting dirt all over himself. That's it! I wouldn't say that was horror or psychological horror. It's just... no bueno, you know? Atrophian. Remove from speak zone. Let's see, we got about an hour left. So we'll do some bendy now. Sound good to you guys, hopefully? I don't remember where I was stuck at. Ba 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 ba. Photosensitive warning. There was a warning. If you have that, you should turn off the flashing. You should have an option to turn off the flashing. Alright, let me change. Bendy. And the Dark Revival. There's only 7 people interested in this one. Alright. Chat! We must find... why is your face back? We must find that other doodle. Or at least how to get to it. Oh. Let's see. Is it... It's in there. How do we get up there, though? I don't remember. I don't remember. Let's see. Oh. There's a hidey hole here. I don't understand why they would put crouch under C instead of control. Everybody puts it on. Sorry, did it start me over? I definitely saved. Oh man, it started the whole level over. No, it didn't. Why is everything refreshed? I'm out on that one. I need... Is it in there? No. Where is it? No, that's not it. There's the vent you come out of, so it should be on the back wall, right? Oh, is this it? It better be. This better be the right one. It fucking is. It's because it was hidden by a fucking desk. I never saw it. I kind of... I was up here once. There's nowhere to hide down there. Oh, I gotta... Okay. Crouch still? Okay. So, this is why, because I couldn't see it. It was hidden. Hidden. Battery. Oh, I can't see. I can't see. Can't see! Ah! Neat. Question now. Where was the guy? That's the new question. This way? No. I don't know where the guy was. Is it there? Nah, Mr. supposedly, all-powerful in whatever word you fucking used. Ah! Wait. Where am I? Oh, I'd never put them up. Hey, there you go! All that just to murder your ass. Nobody wants to see my pictures. I worked so hard for them for so long, and they're all my original work. I'll have to make them look at them. They'll see how talented I am. But wait, what if someone looks at them and takes all my precious ideas? No, they can't do that. They're my original characters. Mine! Do not steal, do not steal! Wonderful. Is there a save button? Save. Ah. Can't believe. They seem well adjusted. Right? And a very fascinating voice, too. Ah. 3, 2, 1. Oh, how do I get in? Ah.
You're standing in our world-famous screening room. Consider yourself lucky. To see how they're coming along, we can watch a reel 50, maybe 100 times, making pages and pages of notes for the animators to work on the very next day. They're always so excited to get our big changes.
3.
Inside the screening room, you'll see a door to the writer's hallway. That's
What is it supposed to be? 4? 4, 2. Oh.
Back there is too secret to show off.
2.
Use your imagination to picture what might be in there.
Eh. 4, 2, and 3. Was it? No, 1. It should be 1, right? Is this supposed to be 3? And then this sound 2. No? Ah. 4, 3, 2. Three, 2, 1. What is growling? One. 5. Hey! Rude, what the fuck? What the fuck? Bro, I'm messing with slides and shit. What's that? Illusion of living. Interesting that you would say that. 1. 2 on 5? 2 on 5? Hello? What's up? What are you doing? What are you doing? 2
Renji
on
underscore
5.
Dugu rated your channel with 4 viewers.
Meh. Fuck. Dummy, why are you rating? Your stream's so short. Was something happy? Weren't you doing... What was it, Splatoon today? Oh. That's cool. You should just rest some more then. Welcome in, Raiders. I'm trying to figure out this puzzle. 2, 1... Okay, 2, 1, 5 didn't work. So 4, 2, 1? 4, 2, 1 maybe? I've done so many sequences of this shit. 4, 2, 1. Ugh. I've done everything that makes sense. 4, 2, 4, 1, 5. 4, 1, 5. Is that what I put? Yeah. I should have straight taken enough sleep. Oh, yeah. We should go take a nap. Okay, so like that one could be one. That could be one. This could maybe be one. The B. 2, 1, 5. I think we did that. And then there's 3, 2. No. 3, 1, 5. Alright, bitch. Fuck out of here. Don't you see I'm trying to make a goddamn movie? So like 3, 1, 5 maybe? I feel like I tried that. Oh, yeah. Ah, Jesus, scared me. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so you see the flower. You'll pick the flower. And then there's a B. 4, 2, 1. And then after 1... Oh, you gotta see the flower. Or, like, look at the flower. 4, 3, 2. Four, three, two? Okay. 3, 2... Maybe... 3, 4, 3, 1. Three, 1, 5. Ugh. What is that? The same thing, dang cartoon so many times before you go crazy. I'm starting to forget what it was they wanted me to change. Good thing I take notes. What's with the little numbers in the corner of the screen? Is it some kind of code? I had better check with the storyboard room. Yeah, no fucking shit, Sherlock. That's kind of obvious. The sequence in which you're supposed to put them is not the obvious part. B. Pick flower. B. 2, 1, 5. 2, 1, 5. Oh. Ugh. And you believe you will succeed. I believe this is bullshit. Love. Is the secret that it's not the ones involving without the pointy bits of his head? 2, 3, 2, 4, 3, 2. I feel like I've done that one. Alright. I'm tired of your guessing game. Blah, 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 blah. Ah! I was AFK! Bitch. Leave me to my cheater ways. With the number... Wait, that's not it. Ink doesn't care about the AFK. Apparently the internet doesn't care which game I want the answer for. That! Storyboard. There's a storyboard! Are you fucking kidding me? You're missing frames in the middle. Flower, look at, chase. That's a stupid order. Four, 3, 5. 4, 3, 5. That's a stupid order. Chat, is that not what the storyboard room said? Oh, pick up the flower, not look at the flower. Wait. Wait, that order's even worse! That order's even worse! This seems like a terrible hiding spot. Come say hello. No thanks. No thank you. I'm not going in here.
The papers are signed. The animation staff is hired. Archgate Pictures is open for business. As of 9 o'clock this morning, Bendy and all his little cartoon friends now belong to me. I'll admit it's strange owning a dear friend's legacy. But I think Joy would be content knowing it's safely in my hands. You just gotta believe, he used to say. He was such a showman. Well, I believe, Joey. I wholeheartedly believe.
You sound suspicious. You sound suspicious. Yes, you do. Alcohol. Okay, that's not fair. He had a grapple hook. We're back. Okay. What am I doing? Ooh. It's made out of cardboard. Why does it make that noise? That dummy giggled at me, but I got the Mooney. He thinks he's so funny. I'll take that. I don't know if this actually collects. Are you stuck?
Oh, hello there. Are you looking for the way out?
A way out would be nice. Are you stuck in there?
They talk?
Well, yes. And I'm afraid that means, well, you're stuck too.
Can't you move?
Not an inch. Perhaps you could get me unstuck?
I'll see what I can do.
Can I borrow your rope? Why did we let him live? Why would we let him live? It's his enemy, no? It's his enemy, no? What? Oh wait, did I update this? I didn't finish updating this.
Thank you very much for your help. The name's Porter, by the way. And who might you be?
Audrey?
Audrey? Nope, don't like it. Doesn't suit you. I'll call you Bobby.
Huh?
Okay.
I want to say thanks for your feat of rescue. Here's a little gift. Something I've learned.
Jolly old fellow. Yeah, he seems nice.
It's passed on. Now, you can move like me.
He's a kooky old man. Oh, that's how you did that.
Try not to die.
Goodbye, Porter.
That was weird.
Dark puddles will move you. Wow, we look creepy as hell. It's kind of cool. That'd be a cool VTuber model. Undetected over short distance flow is also handy for navigating areas that are hard to reach. Ow! Right mouse to flow. Ooh. Neat. Why is the music intense? Why intense music? Welcome back! Did you go get a snack or something? Why am I here? Power? No. I feel like I've gone in a wee bit of a circle. Where'd he go? Oh, he does talk. I collected a slug. Tasty. Oh. Yum. Yum, 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 yum. Ooh, a battery. I don't know what these are for. Do I have an enter? I have to get a refill just to step away from a PC. You don't have to be here. You can go chill. Go play on your console or something. It's okay, I promise. She was the fourth? Fourth what?
Good things always come in threes, they say. Bendy, Alice, and Boris.
Probably should have listened to that first. Ah! What the fuck is that? This is a nightmare. Why? I don't like the implications of that. I don't like it. I do not. Maybe you should just take a nap. Stop it. You stop it. You stop it. Stop. This bitch made me walk into a jump scare for funsies. What am I doing? Oh my gosh. Ah! What was happening? What was that? When do I get electro power in this? Sorry. Oh, fucking hell, man. I don't know where any hidey hole is. Found one. Why, why, though? Surely that means I am going in the correct direction. Okay. Well. No. Oh, gotta wait for it to reload now. Can I do this? No? No? Okay. Okay. Electric power. Is it this turning into OG Bioshock? See, when I was playing the other Bioshock, that's what I thought it was. It's very less creepy on the one that I've been playing. I thought Bioshock was supposed to be creepy. I assume that's what the batteries are for. I can modify this, can't I? Just like every sequel, the horror fades with time. You were playing the third one, you. That's the third one? I thought it was the second one. Why does the creepiness fade? Turns more and more into an adventure shooter. Oh. So I gotta go play the original ones? Or the first two? I should be playing in sequential order anyway, but you... What's your point? You don't have one. So I'm talking for you and I have no point. Ugh. My face. Lever. No? Alright. I can go all the way to certain doors. But not through certain doors. But I can be in the areas behind the certain doors. Hmm. Dumb. Said doors a whole lot just then. Did I? Doors. The doors have eyes. And I do not. Ah! I'm lost with no direction. It's hard to be scared when I don't know which way to go. Lost with no direction is normal for you know. Yeah. And there is System Shock, which Bioshock is the spiritual successor of. Which I think is somewhat horror-based. System Shock. That sounds like a really old game that really would be irritating trying to get to work. Man, I could use a mini-map or something. Do I need to go back to the main area? Okay. We are here. We are here. Well, there's a person. Hey, can I come that way? Can I join you? Can I join you? Where'd he go? Stop growling in my ear! It's fucking weird! Bros, fucking... No consent. You know? No fucking consent. Stop it. It's fucking weird. I don't like it. Makes my skin crawl in a not creepy way. Like, not spooky way, but in a creepy way. They crawl. Eh. Open. 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 Stuff. No. Alright. Alright, I am not opening all these fucking lockers. We'll open this box. And eat the bacon juice. Bacon soup. System Shock is an old PC game, right? It got a remake, has a demo, and is on 60% sale right now. Well, how much is that? Is it a full price remake? Like $70? That's bullshit. A sandwich? Ow, my face. God, this is a lot of lockers. Ew. Somebody gooed the floor. Ooh, a note. The 8th locker over the poster with the pretty lady on it. But I tell you, that keeps causing trouble for me, I'm out of here. 8th locker. The pretty lady. 8th locker. The pretty lady. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 215. Guys, I can count. – It'd be just my luck. They actually put notes in several lockers, and I found the wrong one. Ooh, go to Gent upgrade station. Is that this? Is that this? Is that this? It looks like it. Fuck. Oh, is it this? Oh. This is a hidey hole. $16 during current sale, 40 without. I do the demo first, see if it's even good. Counted! Yeah! Ad break incoming. A lot of. Oh my god, that's a lot of parts. That's not a good sign, right? I cannot interact with this table. Well. Oh, is this the thing? Oh, that's the thing. What the fuck? Upgrade. Upgrade configured. Dope. New objective, charge my pipe. Okay, this looks like an upgrade table, and the other thing looks like a charging station. Ah, hell yeah. Access secure places you wanted. Access to secure places now granted, quote unquote. Granted. You are now able to break into secure places. Quick savey save. Oops. Crash. A battery for free. Alright. Oh. Really? How much charge is this? How do I know how charged my pipe is? So why did you lock me in there? Enough charge to open at least one door. Why? Shush! Shut up! So loud! So loud! I take it I'm just supposed to leave. Like, they'll just keep coming back. Yep. Hey. Excuse me, you were supposed to be sleeping. Bitch. Did he just call me a slut? Hands against the wall? That's ominous. Among Us. Hey, what's up? Among Us sus. Among Us sus. Huh? You brought Ink Fist to a pipe fight. Fully charged pipe required. Takes a long time for that to charge just to find out that I'm not fully charged. Yeah. Ah, that's not a hidey hole. Shit. This is a bit problematic. I don't know where to hide. Oh. Okay. Ah! Are you kidding me? What the fuck? You lulled me into a false sense of security! What the oh, fuck you. That was rude. That was rude. Oh wait, why that way? That.
Is anyone out there?
Nah. I fit in that. Where is a hidey hole in here? I need to find a hide. Although there's no women's room. Where does one hide in this scenario? Eh? Look at us go. Oh, there it is. It's right there, guys. That's really far. That's far. I'm gonna go see if there's, like, one this way. It looks like we have to take that one. Over there. That's a long walk! A long run. Oh, there was one. I just opened the wrong locker. Jesus Christ! Ah! What the fuck? That would have been really annoying. Had it been the demon. Why is he coming for us again? Where the... Ooh. No mind if I do. Whoop. Dang, I surveyed the area to find a hidey hole, and the second I unlock this, he's gonna be all... Ugh. Alright, I found a barrel. You're gonna do it. Ugh. No thanks. No thanks. I appreciate the offer. Chad, we don't appreciate the ink monsters must be kind of dumb if they don't find you in those barrels. I didn't even step towards that. I kind of stopped walking in front of it. I win. I didn't even see where he was. Bindi in Little Devil Darlin, presented in Silly Vision. What the fuck is Silly Vision? Did they say what it was? Surely there's like a snack in here, right? Huh? Where did all these bitches come from? Give me snacks! Ah! Oh my god. Yeah. Yeah, you tell him, bud. Nature buddy here, okay? I don't heal. From the bodies. How do I switch that? How do I banish? How do I change it? Controls. View swaying. How do I change the controls, though? Because it's not healing me when I do the thing now. I have a rubber duck, and that's the only thing in my inventory. None of the stuff I've picked up. I thought this was a concession stand. So desperate for a snack, I look in the trash can. These are beds? Oh my god, no thanks. Pass. See, what's the lie? It's hot coffee. There was no coffee in there. Where's the coffee? Ah! I'm dying here.
I don't believe in you. Leave me alone.
I don't believe in you. You got some coffee in here? Any snack? That's not it. By our sweat, we cannot be cleaned. I need a healing item. But I live forever. We were killed or finally pulled apart. Our diseased souls return to the ink to be reborn, an unending cycle of torment. But sometimes something even worse can happen. A soul can slip from the ink completely. It gets caught between worlds, unable to die or return. They wail in the night, drifting in shadow, the phantoms of the machine, the ghosts. Rude! I'm already hurting! If you guys left me alone, I'd leave you alone! Ah! Will not touch! Not touch! But do not consent to touches. Ah, food, okay. bitch. So late. Oh, wow, I can do that. Why, though? Interesting. Do you guys see that? I could use snacks still. Still could use some snacks. Exchange. Ooh. One gent card. Sure. I don't know what I used. I put the crane keys in Lost and Found office. Some dope keeps leaving them out. Munchy. Ba-ba-dee-goop. Ba-be-doop. Ba-ba-ba. Give it. God. How much of my face do you want shoved into it before I can pick it up? What am I doing? Using my nose? Jeez. What is this? Miracle Station? That seems like a danger. Like a trap. Lost and found. Food in this trash can? Damn it. Hey, a pillow. The Western wheel we hits. Okay. Hello? Hello? I would never go to a capsule hotel. Trash can. Any power to Lost and Found? Is that what it is? Yeah. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. I used all my sprint trying to get here in a timely fashion. Whoa. Whoa. Neat. 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 Another upgrade. Aw. We're short stuff. Back. How unfortunate. We must find more things. More stuff. Why did you pull that off like that? Why did you do that? You can't trick me with that door. Okay, you can trick me with that door! You can trick me with that door! Ah! In the back of my mind, I knew that was gonna happen. Oh, good golly gosh. gosh, guys. Did you see that shit? He fucking tricked me. And this door doesn't even work still. Alright. But, aw, man. I hit the ledge. Ah! Hey, wasn't the ink demon eating you? Quit undulating. That looked like a body, like, when I was, like, flicking the camera. Ah! Fucking hell, bruh. Hold up. Hold up. I know where one is. Come in. Yes! 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 Ah! Fuck you. Fuck off with that shit, you bitch. Mm. Mm.
So don't be afraid. Your friend Wilson will protect you.
Hot threat? I think I missed one earlier. I'll do two. My throat feels scratchy. I'm gonna go trigger this thing. Ah, what the fuck? He's not in here now? That bastard. Great, where are we going now? Oh, the lift? Did I activate that? No, because I picked it up.
Noticed last week just how long it takes for us employees to get home every night? When you add in the traffic and the wait
That's
for the
right.
elevators, you practically only have a few hours before you have to wake up and come back. So Joey had them build artist rest for us. Now we never have to leave work again.
Why?
Joey says, well, out of it.
Ooh.
The hangout spot down here,
Ooh.
almost like it's own little district.
How did I miss the vending machine?
Definitely some unsavory stuff going on too. Smoking, gambling, loud parties, you name it. At all hours of the night.
You know how he talked about...
There sure is a lot of noise around here.
What? Stop doing that. I hate it here. Why? Ah, rude. Don't throw pope at me. Ow, rude. My help. My health! Ah. Ah. Where am I supposed to go? Well, rude. Battery refill. Vending machine? Oh. Stop squelching. This door. Let me put. Okay, so I need to get on that, right? But how? Because I can't stand up on these edges. And I can't stand on the railing. Are you kidding me right now? Right, meow? Oh, baby. Are you kidding me right now? This is bullshit. Again. Get on that, but how? Do I need to move it? I thought it just automatically went where it wanted to go. It does just go where it wants to go. I think that's too far. It is too far. Ow! That was bullshit. I feel like I've dropped from way higher. How does one get on said platform, then? Because I can't go that way. There's like a wall there. Okay, I can cut corners. What if I should do that? Let's find out, shall we? Okay, this corner doesn't matter. What the fuck? What do you want? What does that sign say? There's a door that I need to get to. How do I get to the upper bedrooms? Through the lower ones? Sauna? Okay. That was not it. Do I go back out? I don't think there is a back out. That's Animation Alley. I don't want to go back to Animation Alley. Why does that act like a spotlight? What was this door supposed to be? This is the sauna. There was no way through that. Ugh. There is no way for me to get up there. That's too far. That has an edge that I can't zip through, and also that's high. I can't get there. How do I get through that door? Can you teleport horizontally? I don't think so. No. Yep, bitch. I knew you were gonna be in there. Bitch. Oh my gosh. This got the power to the upper beds, but I don't know how to get to upper beds. 'Cause the upper beds are behind a wall. There's no way to get there. I'm supposed to come out that. Maybe I do have to go backwards to go forwards? Also, if I can flow, why don't I just flow through the chain link fence? I can do it through a thicker railing. Where am I?
I don't believe in you. Leave me alone.
Anti-ink coating. Well, that would just make the ink not cling to the fence. That would be more helpful. Whoop. Ink absorbing coating? Ah! Can you guys tell me where to go? You stupid ink demons. A battery, and whatever that is. Well. Alright, I guess I'm gonna end this one here because I got things to do today beyond the kitty cat acquiring. So, let's see where we're gonna raid to. Twitch. The YouTube side, thank you so much for joining me. Next time, come join me over on Twitch and you can, join in on the interactions. And I will see you guys next time. Twitch. Let's see. Affinity Nikki hates OBS. Oh. That's good to know. I should probably mess with that. You guys want to go watch some Pokemon? Up a birthday. It's not my birthday yet. It's Thursday. Raid Oceanax. No, it's an O. Next. Okay. There you go. I will see you guys in the next one tomorrow morning. Bye-bye!